Greetings. No. No. No more Weezer. No more Weezer. Ugh. No more Weezer, man. No more Weezer. No. No more Weezer. No. No. I disagree. Yeah, I just disagree. Yo, what's up, everybody? Sheer Quan with the first today. What's up, Sheer Quan? What's up, Snowblade? What's up, Baby Beans? What's up, Chubert? What's up, Lexi? If you said anything in chat before that, I did not see you. Redeem the gift. Redeem it! I'm gonna be able to play for a few tomorrow. Nice, dude. Yeah, come on. Well, I don't even know, Wait a second. Wait a second. How'd you do that? This guy's a cheater. This guy literally cheated. I do think golf is winning by a landslide. So it might be another golf day. It might be. It might be. Hey, what's up, Juice Sour? I think I already said. Maybe I didn't. Sup? How we doing today, huh? How we doing? Everyone had a good Monday, I hope. It is now Tuesday. Yesterday was pretty freaking crazy, man. I was full of whimsy. I was full of freaking whimsy, man. Don't know how the hell that happened, but it's true. It's true. I was looking at some, like, games in general. I just don't know what I'm in the mood for lately. Off stream primarily. I'm like, dude, there's like nothing to play. I mean, I guess Final Fantasy finally just released a new patch. So I have that. Means I have to resubscribe. Whoa. You're the best. Around. Had to ha hope for lemon. My friend started playing Cooking Simulator 2. That's cool. Reminds me of that Elite, myself, you, right? And Emery. We played. What was it? What the hell was the game? Yeah, fast food sim. Yeah, I kept thinking restaurant sim. Like, that's not it. Fast food sim. That was fun. That was a fun time. Pete Jones Burgers and more. Good times. I feel like that was honestly a good one. That was a good one. Played Up 2, always fun. Kind of in a played up mood in general, but yeah, we'll see how that goes. Friday will be the GTA heist. We'll try at least. We'll try. I gotta make sure I could even stream it. But I will be hosting the GTA heist on Friday. At least once. See how that goes. Gotta confirm I have 4 people for sure. What's up, Not My Own? What's up, Nord Princess? Welcome in, guys. Welcome in. I do see Mecha Chameleon got a pretty decent update. But, I don't know. People are, like, flaunting that it's still, like, getting hacked. So, it's probably a good thing we're not doing that this week, huh? Probably for the best. Probably for the best. Which means I don't even know if we'll do Final Fantasy 2 this week again, because tomorrow is Community Wednesday. Thursday we're doing Phasmophobia, potentially in VR, and Friday, so long as everything goes well, we're doing the GTA heist, the newest one. Hopefully, I have everything that I need to be able to even run it. Not run it, but like host it. Think so. The payout is like trash. But whatever. Whatever, man. Might as well do it once. The heist that costs more than what you get back. I don't think it's that. It might be, honestly. It might be. They fixed some of the payouts, but it's still not worth doing like half the heists anymore. After they nerfed it or whatever. Which is kind of a bummer, but whatever. I kind of just play the game to play the game. And since I have the money to spend, I don't really care. I want to run the heist and just see how it goes. Probably do it once. And then, well, what the hell? My room just became complete darkness. I don't know if I like this. Hello? What just happened? Supposedly there might be another heist coming out anyways. Oh, it like lowered the light threshold, the strength of light. They nerfed everything. They did. And the new heist, they even like got to a point where they decided to blockade all of like the easy exits, which, you know, I don't mind, but I can understand some of the frustration. But if you're like if you've played GTA Online since its release and you complain that, oh, my exit route is blocked out because they basically blocked out all the subways and stuff, I just think you must suck at the game, because I don't even use the subway or any of that or the tunnels as my escape method. There are easier ways to do that. Well, maybe not easier, but there are ways to do it in which you don't have to do the... It's just ridiculous. I don't know. What's up, Cairo? Weezer. What's up, Gerzuvi? Eight years I only played the game on single player, so I came into online very late. I mean, the layout's the same, so I just mean, like, if you're gonna be... all I see is people, like, bragging that, oh... not bragging, but they're complaining that Rockstar blocked out the tunnels and the subways and whatnot. And then they're like, it's not my fault that we've been playing the game for 15 years and this is what we know. It's like, dude, if you've been playing for that long, surely you know an alternate route. There's other ways to escape the police. What's up, Cairo? Working, what's going on with you? Not much. Chilling, drinking my gamer sups. Putting some more Red 40 into my bloodstream, as God intended. I'm dying, bro. You are, man. 37.6 degrees Celsius. Yesterday was great. Not only was it a great day in general, but then I ended stream. I just started to relax. And it started pouring like crazy out for like an hour. The feels like though, yeah, I don't know how it's possible that it could even feel almost 10 degrees higher than what it is. I don't understand. I really don't. I can't comprehend that. I need another caffeine drink. Yep. Such is life. I just think of like uni times or like working real estate or whatever, and it's just, dude, I had a problem. You know, I'm at a safe level at this point, drinking this caffeine, but it's just not enough sometimes, man. It's just not. Schubert. It's a premium. Yesterday was great. It truly was. All we did was play the long drive, but I feel like I had a great time. It's just the bangers and stuff. Do not sniff that. Ew. That's gross. Schubert. Schubert. So yeah, that's what we got going on Friday. We'll see how the heist goes. It might suck. I've only heard bad things, but most people just complain they can't escape. Yeah, well, we'll have to wait and see. What? Hey, what do you mean? What do you mean? What's your problem? You problem, not me. This is still a Weezer stream. Well, we had to have a little bit of a change of pace, considering, you know, we were Voice of the Void and we were in an elevator for like 2 months straight. Now we're Weezer. You problem. Me problem, you. Me problem is you. One day I'll Voice of the Void. It's great, it really is. I know it's not for everyone. I don't think it's that scary of a game. It just inflicts people with paranoia. And, like, low-key, there's so many different ways to play the game that even the people that I feel like they're saying they wouldn't enjoy it, I think they would find a way because of all the different methods to enjoy and progress. Is 1.0 a thing that will actually happen, or is it 2030 soon, 2030x soon TM? If I had to estimate when I believe the game will fully release, based on the knowledge that I have, I would bet maybe like 2028. We are at 0.9, and it will become 0.10 next. And the thing is, we only just entered the alpha of the game. We've been in pre-alpha since forever ago. 0.9 was the official alpha release of the game. Yeah, it's been pre-alpha for so long. And now we're finally in alpha. So, I don't know, give it a year, might enter beta. Maybe. And give it another year, and it might finally 1.0 release. That's my personal estimation based on the assets that we know are being worked on, and the progress that has already been made, and how far along 0.9 felt. But, you know, I don't know. If it were up to me, I would keep the game cycle continuous, and even after 1.0, I would love to see more and more like jumbo updates, but I do think that 1.0 will be the end. Which means, for me, I will continue to play every major patch, so 0.10, 0.11, whatever, so on and so forth, until 1.0 release, and I'll play 1.0 release And then I think we're done. I think 1.0 will be our longest playthrough, though, because I will try to get as close to 100% in that game as possible, which means all achievements, all whatever collectibles might exist, all I would try to get all the signals, but that's rough. There's that. I would try to do every single holiday event. I think there's only 3. I'm pretty sure it's only Easter, Halloween, and Christmas. There's April Fools, but you don't get much from it. I guess I could take pictures. I think that'd be a great, proper finale, is to just try to 100% 1.0. Would be cool. Some Wolfie. I pre-alpha'd. Yeah, same. I do all the time. I do literally all the time. Pre-alpha, no. What the hell? I hate that guy. Kill them. Kill them all. How far along are you in Final Fantasy XIV at this point, Cairo? I might resub this week. The new patch came out. There's stuff to do. How are you doing today? Less whimsy than yesterday, but doing pretty good. Still, I think the weather change fried my brain a little bit, so we're still, adjusting to existing at this current time, but, that's just how life is. That is just how life is. What the hell? What just opened? Oh my goodness, okay. I just met the Loporits. Hey! Can't wait to freaking kill them one day. Just existing? Yep. One of those existing days. Walk for 8... Yeah. Oh my god. We have a friend, Fusion TSK, and he was doing the story. No, I think it was after story. He was doing the level 100 dungeons or whatever, the max level dungeons for level 90, whatever. And a friend and I showed up and just flew him around because I have the flying car. Good times. Had some rain overnight, so temperatures have dropped, but this weekend temps got up to 121 degrees Fahrenheit, which is probably around 50-something Celsius. That's crazy, yeah. It's... Nobody wants to do Aether Currents. I always have to drag someone to help me. Aether Currents suck, but I kind of get it. I wouldn't be upset if they were removed, but I feel like it would defeat the purpose of a couple things. Granted, when I do the story, I explore more. I explore the locales a bit more. And then, might not do it again in the future afterwards, but better than WoW. I actually don't remember. I heard you wanted to, if you wanted to do... What? I heard you wanted to grind a month of dailies to fly. Oh, that was OG Dragonflight, right? Or whatever. Where they introduced the dragon flying thing, but yeah, they don't do it anymore, yeah? Thank God. You can just fly anywhere these days. In both modes. Yeah, the weather did change a bit. It's probably why I'm a little fried today. Yesterday it was raining for an hour straight, maybe longer. Yo, turn the mic up louder. I got to say some. It is still hot, but not as bad. There is more rain or storms due this week. I honestly can't wait for fall, for Minecraft Fall Drop, Minecraft Dungeons 2. Cooler weather. The best part, though, Halloween. Yeah, my favorite season of all time has always been autumn time because it's ideal temps. It's not too cold. It's not too hot. So you don't even like. I mean, I'll continue with the next part in a moment, but yeah, I could wear a t-shirt and be chill, or a long sleeve t-shirt or long sleeve shirt, whatever. If it came down to that, and I'd be chilling, I'd be vibing. Now I do that during the wintertime as well, but you know, whatever. Um, and it's got my favorite holiday, Halloween. But I feel like I've sort of been going towards like enjoying winter. Hold on. My nose is pissing me off. All right. What was I saying? I've been going towards like enjoying winter more lately, which is odd because I used to really hate snow, and honestly, I hardly tolerate it now, as it is. Um, but I don't know. Maybe it's just because I'm born in the wintertime. Halloween banger and cherry on top is the best holiday, the best VR chat holiday too. I think when it comes to my favorite day in VR chat, it's usually New Year's Eve, but I haven't participated in a long time because I hang out with family these days, so I don't really hop on it. But it's always cool to see people that I haven't seen or spoken to in a hot minute. I don't hate winter. The best part is no more insects, but sometimes it gets too cold. I like the cooler season, and autumn has always been my favorite. Don't get me wrong, I like pretty spring flowers, but the pollen and allergies. In New York, I hear the snow can be horrible. Like, what, 16 feet or something every once in a while? Yeah, the winter was pretty rough last year, or I guess this year, but earlier this year. Yeah, we had to shovel a lot. Um, but because I started working out and was a lazy piece of shit, it was actually not a big deal to shovel the snow, and I wasn't that tired, and I was having a good time. So, maybe when you're a little bit more fit and active and not just sit in your chair all the time, I'm speaking about myself, it turns out that shoveling snow isn't that bad. So, had a good time. Had a good time. Almost made a snowman, but forgot. Um, Pollen, yeah. Pollen kills me during the springtime. Pollen's rough. It's gotten like better because in like middle school, high school, I was suffering from pollen. I was genuinely suffering. I had to take medication like every day for the entirety of the spring. Meanwhile, nowadays, I'll have like a day where it's like, oh man, my eyes are so itchy. Oh man, my nose is stuffed. Help. But then like the next day I'm fine. I don't know what it is. I don't know why that is, but it's gotten better, which is either really concerning or it makes sense because every 7 years your body changes. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Hello, Girk Zuvi. What's up, Molly? Thanks for the hydrate. You were kind of calling me out there for a moment, but it's true. I should be more fit, so I'm not upset. I wish my allergies to disappear. It wasn't a call out to anyone in particular besides myself, because the truth is I hated shoveling snow because I got so tired. And then I didn't want to do anything for the remaining like part of the day. And it took up so much time in my day. But Seeing as how these days I look for any opportunity to do anything that's not just sitting at my computer all day. That was a good thing. And then also because of working out and being a little bit more fit and having some, endurance, it was really not a bad time. I know I'm just messing with you. Yeah, I know. I'm just clarifying. The scratchy red eyes are the worst. They are the absolute worst. One would only wish that we can get rid of allergies forever. I mean, supposedly you could. Supposedly. Just requires injections like once a month or something. VR headset be more fit. Have fun working out. That's fair. I got a little lazy with VR at some point, but the one thing I always did, and it's just my own personal like pet peeve because of, I don't know, RP days and stuff. I literally cannot stand it when people are in VR and they're like laying down or sitting down and they have no like chair or anything behind them. I'm just like, you should be losing RP points for this. You really should. This is just cringe. I hate it. Yeah. They're just levitating. It's like, why, man? Come on. As a result, and also because I have VR and it just pisses me off to think about like sitting while I'm in it, I would feel extra lazy. I basically stood for the majority of my VR streams, barring like if I did an 8-hour VR stream, yeah, at 5 hours or so, I might start sitting down a little bit. Later, premium. Beat Saber was pretty good too, because Beat Saber got me a little more exercise and more stamina, but it wasn't enough to like equate to, I don't know, jogging outside in the morning or something. That's my next plan, is to start waking up at like 6 a.m., do a little jog, do some jogging. If I want to fall back asleep afterwards, it's chill, but I'd rather just do the early wake up, do my jog, because no one will be outside at 6 in the morning, probably, hopefully, unless they're like walking their dog. Beat Saber is one of the things I really want to play. It's really fun. It is. Just don't add weights to your like arms. It could actually mess you up. I say that from personal experience. Just don't do it. I've been thinking about getting back into Beat Saber, but I just don't have the time, man. I don't have the time. And recently, my free time has genuinely gone into playing FIFA or FC 26. I'm just like, I have nothing else that I want to play. Sometimes Final Fantasy 14, but I already finished the story. I'm waiting for the next one. I used to watch a lot of Beat Saber videos back in the day, which is why when Talis did that Beat Saber stream, it felt kind of nostalgic. But someone always affected my, somehow also affected my YouTube, and I got recommended a Beat Saber video. Back then I was pretty good at it. I was like top 70 in the world, but we're talking like OG when the ranking system first came out. So it's been a minute. It's been a minute. I don't know, maybe I can get to like top 2K at this point. What rank are you now? I mean, I haven't played since like 2023. Probably unranked. I think they, like, after enough inactivity, they just remove your rank until you play again. But I think when I last looked at my rank, it was like 3.5k, somewhere in that range. Somewhere in the 3.5ks. So it's not terrible, but like, I wouldn't be impressed unless you're top 1k. And then I'd be really impressed if you're like top 100. Maybe top 2k. Like, you have to be pretty decent at the game and get some, like, double S's, full combos with, like, really good hits, 115s, to probably end up in top 1k. Granted, I don't really know how many people play it. I'm not sure. I think one of my friends is in, like, the 50ks, so... But they also only play for fun. They just happen to sometimes land on some ranked maps. I should play it again sometime. But my perspective is typically like the first person POV with a wide FOV. Because it's more satisfying to me to see the swings than... I don't really care to see, like, the models and stuff. But I understand why people do it and why people prefer it. It's fair. I do miss Beat Saber. I've seen rankings on old games like Bejeweled 3 and Plants vs. Zombies on Xbox. So play for fun, not much of a competitive player, that's fair. I can be pretty competitive. I could. This is why I specifically do not play certain video games like Marvel Rivals and Overwatch. Because if I start losing, I get annoyed. It really depends on the game, though. Like, League of Legends, I don't get mad that I lose for some reason. I'm not sure. I mean, I used to when I was younger, but these days, I guess, for me, everything's like, oh, it's only game. Why do you have to be mad? Then again, I got really mad at FIFA yesterday. Dude, I was playing... and I could not beat this dude. Oh my god, we rematched. And I'm like, bro, how is it possible? How am I losing? We had the same play style. My players just didn't know how to score. I'm a Giga Chad Fun Maxer. I do as well, for the most part. I mean, I am as well. But there are still some games that end up being like, if I am... not going to... if I'm, like, in a ranked game for something, I'm going to get a little serious. Games are supposed to be fun. Yeah, I agree. I don't really play a lot of ranked competitive games anymore, solely because those specific games would piss me off. I mean, I guess you can, like, argue Super Battle Golf is a little competitive, but considering the person in last place... can easily get into first place by just being lucky, I hardly count it as a competitive game. I consider it like a friend slop, completely troll each other video game, and if I'm not winning, I don't really care. Now, if I get hard targeted, yeah, there might be some problems. There might be some problems. If you stun lock someone from playing the game, then... have fun with ranked mode competicells. I mean, like, what games do I get that competitive in? Overwatch, which means Marvel Rivals for sure as well, which means I'd get pissed off if I lose. Beat Saber, but the reason I don't get mad at Beat Saber is because it's not live competition, it's score competition. So if I do something decently, but not enough to like increase my rank, I just do it again, right? And yeah, I guess you could apply that to other games, but this is why when I played League, I only played the ARAM mode, the new like relic ARAM mode or whatever. It's just better. When people make fun of someone for wanting to play on easy mode, I don't care what mode anyone plays. Mario Kart, yeah. Some people get very competitive on that. That's fair. I don't get that competitive, but yeah, like I said, it really depends on the game. I don't even get competitive in Super Battle Golf. I'm just vibing. Rhythm games, but I make a single stupid mistake and I get mad at myself. I mean, I'll get upset if I don't hit like an easy 115 in Beat Saber, but it wouldn't ruin my life. Vibing gotta max the fun. True. Mario Kart World came out. There was so much bitching from the Mario Kart players, and I was just like, fun car game. I never played it. I haven't played the new ones. It didn't ruin my life. I was just mad. It was an easy, because it was an easy game mode. I see. Not worth 80 bucks? Probably not. I don't think any game is really worth 80 bucks. Like maybe GTA 6, because I can definitely see myself playing at least 80 hours. But I think it's still hard to cope in my brain. I think it's just, I'm saying that because I want to play it. But is it really worth the 80 bucks? I don't know. Maybe not. I really don't know. Sometimes I would argue that indie games should be 80 bucks solely off of the fact that like some of them get so many hours out of me, you know? Please don't make indie games 80 bucks. Slap editions, they get into $100 nowadays. Yeah, like GTA. And they take away content that would normally be in base game. No game is worth 100 bucks, even if it is GTA 6. Like true, but there's an argument to be made about like DLC, right? So for example, if Monster Hunter Wilds was, well, it was 60 bucks, I think, or 70. Monster Hunter Wilds, the DLC is 40 bucks. So that's already at 100. I mean, if you don't count DLC, fair. How many hours do I have in Wilds? 404 hours? Yeah, there you go. Something about the new Persona 4 remake that was $100 slop edition. That's ridiculous. I could never get into Persona. Walmart didn't have any more of the bundles, so my dad had to buy both the Switch 2 and the game, but at least I have the physical game. Ah, there you go. I just think as we're entering this like super digital era. I think games should be cheaper and then physical copies should remain the price that like GTA 6 should not be 80 bucks. The physical copy of GTA 6, sure, that could be 80 bucks. I just don't understand, man. Where's this pricing? If we're removing physical games, then you better start lowering the prices, bud. Yo, Weezer background. Yo, what's up, Joe the Lion? 26. DLC is a complicated topic. My belief is that a game
Dick.
is okay to price. This is tough. I base my is it worth it values of a game
Deek.
towards whether or not it gave me the hours that the price was. So if I bought a game for $60, I better get at minimum 60 hours of gameplay. I know that if I got GTA 6, it would have thousands of hours. I played GTA 5 on Xbox, PS4, PC. You combine those, it's probably like a good 7,000 hours, maybe more. I don't know. RNGeedle? I have played RNGeedle. I have. I've done horribly and poorly. What's up, Maple Wolf? How you feeling? I'm feeling like Deke. I feel like I'm dissociating, but I'm chilling. DLCs that come out when the game releases, then you know the DLC was just content they cut from the main game to sell it for money. Well, supposedly Monster Hunter's doing that. So I don't know. How these companies are thinking. Games stay... Wait, what? Games stay at just as expensive, and we control the market now, so no discounts. Oh, yeah. The thing with PlayStation and, like, the weird... Like, you'll get sales, but you won't. Now, $1 to an hour ratio isn't always a great representation of game value. I just, like, if there's a game, it's so hard for me to agree with what you're saying, because if a game was $1 and I got an hours of playtime, then I think it was valid. I don't know. Like, if I bought a game for $60 and I played for 60 hours, it means I had to have enjoyed it for at minimum enough for it to be worth it. I can't think of a reason why it wouldn't be. Like, aside from, oh, I have 1,000 hours in this game, I guess I should give it $1,000. Just cut content? No, the Monster Hunter DLC is going to be a bunch of new stuff, but they're adding stuff that was supposed to be in the base game at the very end. We were supposed to get a couple more things, but they ended up cutting that content out, and it's going to be in the beginning of the DLC, I think, is what is supposedly happening. How many hours do you have in Silent Hill F? Let's see. I have 49 hours in Silent Hill F. Now, before you say anything, that game was gifted. So, bad example. But also, there was still one more ending to get. How much is it still? I'm not sure. How much does it cost? But this is what I mean. The game wasn't worth, like... Yeah, it's $70. We had one more full playthrough to do, which means we probably wouldn't have matched the price. But that still goes with my statement. That supports what I'm saying. I didn't get 70 hours in the game. You think that wasn't worth the price it's listed as, though? Well, no, I don't. Because I didn't get the hours that was paid for the game. I didn't get $1 an hour. So no, it wasn't worth it. At least there's actual DLC with it then? Oh yeah, absolutely. The Monster Hunter DLC looks like it's going to be really good. It's become too expensive a hobby for most people. That's the problem, and these companies can't get that through their head. I understand that components are getting expensive, but these companies will make more than enough money by selling the games at a loss. Yeah, but number go up is good. Number go down, no good. It's the same deal with Twitch and view botting. It was still one of the better games of the year, though. It was a hell of an experience, gorgeous game. To me, that's worth the 70 euros. No, I just can't agree. It was a good game, but I wouldn't rank it as like even a top game that I streamed. Was it this year? Yeah. The number will go down if they price consumers too much out of the hobby. To be fair, I'm pretty sure Silent Hill F was on sale and Juvie got it for me for like, I don't know if it was 40 bucks. For some reason, I remember it being like cheaper when he gifted it. How much is Resident Evil Requiem? Let's see. Resident Evil Requiem is normally 70 bucks. 55.99 at the moment because it's on sale. But I have those hours. And also I can go get more because they added new content. How many hours? I have 75. So I haven't bought Forza 6. I want to, but I'll wait until it goes on sale. I think Forza 6 could be well worth it. I don't know how much it is, but is that also 70 bucks? Really? Yeah. I mean, you have to, like, I streamed it. I streamed Resident Evil 9, and then I played it 3 more times off stream to get all my achievements. So yeah. That's the thing, dude. In order for a game, like, just if I 100% it, it's already, I don't, Silent Hill F, I didn't 100% it. I still have, how many more achievements? I have 85%. So technically I can still go and play it and maybe potentially get the hours that it's worth. But as of right now, I don't think it was worth it. But again, this is the logic. If the game is good enough, it will get you to the amount of hours to equate to the price. Forza hella good, bruh. Yeah, I believe it. They got collectibles and everything. Also, Silent Hill F was like super scuffed and I couldn't even VTube, so. But Silent Hill 2 as well, man. That remake. I want to play it so bad, but my computer just shits itself. Even still, I got 16 hours. Which is pretty impressive. I love Unreal Engine 5. Oh, it's so great. It really is. Your computer can shit? Sometimes. Just a big ball of dust. Borderlands 4 is the same deal. I could give up with Borderlands after 3. Just another game that I didn't think was worth the money. Granted, I got like 3 hours into Borderlands 3. Game turns my room into a furnace? Oh, Jesus. Maybe it's just a me thing, and honestly, the me logic is valid for me because if I can get the hours into the game, then it was worth it. It's just that simple. If you do not agree, that's great for you, I guess, but Like Deltarune was $25, and if you scratched out maybe like 40 hours where I left the game open, I got 200 hours in Deltarune. There are games I feel like are way worth a €60 that are only like 20 hours of gameplay. Obviously, a game is more worth it if it gets more than the hours and the one-on-one rule, but that would also extend out meaning. Like a game like Voices of Void should cost well over $100. Session Skate Sim should cost me 300. This is where I put MMOs into the mix, because people hate subscription models, and I totally get that. I do too. But for example, Final Fantasy XIV, I mean, I've got 10,000 hours in the game. I've not spent $10,000 on the game, right? It's just like, logically, I understand the argument of, okay, well, if you think a game should only be worth the amount, or the game should be worth the amount of hours you get into it, well, then you should be paying $1,000 for this game. It's like, I get that, but some games just have more content that you can replay, but maybe it's already like done. Only good thing in 3 were the Vault Hunters. I don't know. I don't remember much of 3. Voices of Void, if I could, I would be in that Patreon paying the maximum Patreon, well, not the maximum, I think that was like 10K or something. The most reasonable Patreon price monthly. I would absolutely subscribe and give him money. I think he deserves it. He's got like 15,000 something subscribers or something. No, 50,000. Enough subscribers to be making like 23K a month. Absolutely. I would be giving him the money if I could. And I would buy the game if he released it, I don't know, at $70. I would purchase Voices of the Void without a doubt. But I think if you don't at least at minimum get money to hours ratio, it's just not as worth it. It's also worth considering like how often the game is updated. For example, PlateUp. When was the last PlateUp update? They just have hot fixes every once in a while. Last one was in July 5th, on July 5th. Oh wait, no. They got something big, like they're working on something jumbo huge. Voice of Void isn't worth $70. Is my absolute favorite game at the moment, but I would never sell for even $40. I don't know what to tell you, man. We don't know how the game is even going to look when it's done. If it's $40, it's $40. But I would buy it for $70. If they priced it at $70, I would still buy it. My minimum is just that. Match the hours to the price. Match the price to the hours. And, you know, like, the problem also is some people speedrun games, right? Like, maybe they won't do all the dialogue and stuff, so they'll miss out on several hours of a game already by skipping dialogue or whatever. It's an easy and good rule, but still fallible. No. I just can't agree. I don't know. I can't agree because by that logic, I mean, I would have to look at a game. I don't know. I just can't. At minimum, you should get the hours that you spent. That's it. What's up, Peanut? Constant flack from Yulin for reading too fast. So when do we get when we do games of text? If I'm doing like Final Fantasy 14 story on stream, I'm not gonna read all the dialogue. I simply do not have the patience to read it out loud. So I'll read it in my head, like skim read it. And it is what it is. It is what it is. Just chilling after a stream. Hell yeah, man. Where you streaming? I have it set to autoplay. For when there's dialogue going, I don't. Well, you know, when there's actual voice acting, I have it autoplay. And then if there is no voice acting, it's just text, I'll read it either to myself or out loud and then go next. Which sometimes pisses people off because it zooms. Rain World. Oh, sick. Nice. Very cool. Very, very cool. We'll start it soonish. Sooner or later. Right now, I still got a couple games, and this week's a little bit stacked. But as soon as I'm done with Eastward, Rain World will be added to the mix. Right now, we have Final Fantasy 2. That's also... So it's on the list, but it won't happen this week because... God damn it. Suddenly, I have too many games to play on the stream. Yeah, it was supposed to happen, but I took a break at first because I can't back-to-back play Final Fantasy games like this or I'll get fried. I would just mentally it would tank me. And so I was like, all right, we have the long drive. This is going to go for a while. We have Eastward, supposedly short enough. Voice of the Void, we just finished. Yeah. So now, once we're done with Eastward, and once I'm done like planning out, because this week the only reason we're not playing Final Fantasy 2 is because today's Eastward. We have to continue the game that we've already started playing. Tomorrow is the Community Wednesdays. Thursday will be Phasmo, which I will try in VR, and Friday is potentially the GTA heist. Now, if it doesn't work for whatever reason, then we'll start Final Fantasy 2. I'm gonna partake in Final Fantasy 2, but I'm not complaining. I can just come here and chill. Yeah, that'll. I don't know when that. Probably Tuesday next week, maybe. I mean, it really depends on when we're done with the Eastward DLC, because I thought it would be done by now. Again, if we just base the logic of price to hour ratio, the game, it was on sale when I got it. I think I got it for like $4.50 back when it released because they had like a 24-hour sale or whatever. And we've already played way more. Again, even though I understand like that argument of like hours played, it's just a minimum for me. The minimum. Thanks to Leaf, I'm even here. Yeah, she be sending peeps all the time. It's great. It's honestly great. What's up, fries? I enjoy hanging out here. Plus, you are plenty of fun. Thank you. Thank you very much. Some days we're just fried, and I feel like I don't exist. Have you considered Sea of Thieves? You know, a couple times. I've never really played it, though. Why, do you like it? Good game? Hey, I'm the one who's fried. Wait, true. Whoa. It's fun with a group. Oh, Peanut. I'm just kidding. I played a lot of Sea of Thieves with Malky with a K here. But for some reason, he doesn't remember. I don't know if he's just trolling and like trying to forget the great memories we had, or if he genuinely does not remember. I don't have the time for Sea of Thieves myself anymore. Loved it back then. But yeah, Malky and I, and 2 other people, we played it like every single day for like 3 months. I wish I was joking, but we literally did. There was a month where I didn't stream. I was going through it in January of like 2022, maybe. I didn't stream. I streamed like twice that month. And every other day, it was just Sea of Thieves. We played Sea of Thieves. We got on VR chat. Next day, we would play like a round or 2 of Sea of Thieves. Then we would play like Overwatch. And then we would hop on VR chat. And then we would, the next day, maybe we don't play Sea of Thieves. Maybe we play Overwatch. Or we play that other like Among Us game. But it happened. We played it like almost every single day for 3 months. And he doesn't remember. Everyone fried. We cooking? Yeah. Yeah, we cooking all right. If you know what I'm saying. Cooking that Zaza. Drugs are buying. I'm booting up a league right now. Why? Why would you do that to yourself? Do you play normal league or do you play the ARAM? That ARAM mode with like the relics. Or are you playing classic league? TFT. Okay. Fair enough. I played my fair share of TFT in my time. Every once in a while, I get back into it. He's glorping it with some trog. TFT. Man. There's like no game that I'm tempted to play right now. Off stream. Wait, how are we already in an hour? What the hell? How did that happen? We just yapped. We just been yapping. All right, Eastworld. Is it Eastworld? Eastward. Hello, please. Hello, please. Video game. Ooh. One of my biggest pet peeves with video games. One of my biggest pet peeves with video games is when it like locks your mouse to the middle of the screen and it won't even let you tab out until like you're past the menu. We're at day 42. My God. That was me when the game came out in 2018. I didn't play it on release, admittedly. For a while after that, I still played 2, but especially once it came to getting a job, I simply didn't have the time anymore for most of the newer updates. I just don't care. I'd rather not be punished for wanting to play Unsafer Seas just because I don't want to deal with the toxic players anymore. Malky and I were the toxic players. Granted, sometimes we played it safe. But we had our moments. I I mean, maybe it's not toxic. It was just like... I'm just trying to think of a good example. Like, the worst that we really did was... secretly board a ship by launching ourselves into the, into the water, and sometimes they just don't spot it in time. You are a pirate. I just can't believe you don't remember, man. To be fair, most of the time we were getting clapped. I'm pretty sure one time we went to some island for like an event or whatever, and we just got like destroyed by skeleton dudes, the undead. The hell's this? Oh, is that just skipping over to there? I see. I know it's a multiplayer game, but sometimes I just want to be left alone. Yeah, I get you. I understand. That's me with MMOs. Sometimes I'm just trying to do my own thing and vibe. But, you know, it's not exactly PvP. There is PvP, and I do it fairly often, but... Fishing or just enjoying the beautiful world? Was that MMO made by Amazon? New World? Do you know they're shutting that down? Yeah. That kind of sucks because it was pretty fun. Granted, I don't remember how much time I even spent on it. That was one of the games that Stream didn't enjoy, so I just didn't play it much. Whoa! Looks like it worked. The hell did you do? Are you sure it's okay? The seismic waves won't affect the farm, will it? Relax, Izzy. The rock shaker is perfectly calibrated. It's like a monkey picking lice. What? That comparison is a bit... What was that, Alva? An earthquake? That's my latest invention, the rock shaker. It makes collecting ore a breeze. A breeze? Let's go try it out, John. Come back to my lab and turn it on whenever you like. So long to play again, but I don't have my friends anymore that I can play. Like I said, I don't have the time to. I think that's just one of those games that I'm over. Like, not necessarily grow out of, but I played it for however long I played it, and I'm just like, I'm over it. I have a fair share of games like that. VR chat is honestly one of those games. I'm just like, well, it's not a game, but whatever, you know. When you play it for so many years in a row, it just gets a little boring. All right, let's see how much better this is for rock collecting. Oh, is it just auto gathering stuff for me? I see. Oh, it's dropping them like... Okay. God damn. Do I even have to drop bombs? I feel like I just fly around. Yeah, it's just auto-gathering everything. Look at this. Come on. Yeah. No, it didn't hit it. Honestly, huge floor skipping. Yes! 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 Come on! Oh my god, what the hell? Whoa, where the hell am I? I'm kind of just here to look at the level now. Whoa. Hit the green. No! You missed! Yes! Yes! No. Yes! Yes! Oh man. Oh my goodness. Good background noise as I get my classroom ready. Oh man, I'm in a classroom. Alright, students. Everybody get up. Alright. It's time for attendance. Well, no, why would they stand up for attendance? That doesn't make sense. Everybody sit down, it's time for attendance. Michael, is Michael here today? Hello? Ain't no kids here? Oh. Never mind, class, never mind. Carry on. Carry on. First day back for teachers is Thursday. Oh yeah! That's right, it's summer vacation right now. That's right, I forgot. Summer school. Yeah, but I don't think, do all teachers do summer school? I mean, it feels like, an optional, well, maybe not optional, I don't know. I'm glad I'm done with school, but also kind of miss some of the parts of it. I miss the social aspect of it, which, you know, it's gonna be like, well, I wasn't that popular or whatever, I didn't have friends, but it was just different. It's so hard to, like, meet people now. Summer school is optional, but I did 2 years ago. Never again. I see. Yeah, it sucks. Does not sound like a good time. For neither the student nor the teacher, who has to deal with the people who failed. Did pay for new tires I desperately needed. Well, there's that at least. Always look at the bright side of life. I feel like my game and stuff is so much louder today. It's probably not, but... Yeah. I mean, I don't know anything about the Sea of Thieves stuff, but... Damn, look at this upgrade! Wow! Who's that? Who the hell is that? And I know it's snow in the summer. He's ready for me to go back to work. Aw. What the hell? The summer's... It's time for, you know, going to the beach. I was thinking about that, like, damn. Teachers are super underappreciated. Because... Well, I don't know how the pay is these days, but... It's just like, damn, man. They don't work for a whole summer, essentially. Sometimes they do. I know, like, sometimes there are people who work through the summer. Does it just let me skip the bridge? Indeed it does. Some teachers are generally underappreciated. Yeah. I had some great teachers. I mean, dude, I think back to it all the time. My coach could have been my professor the following year. My coach for soccer. But he became principal that following year, so I didn't get him as a teacher. Pisses me off. Probably would have been the greatest course ever. And I was really good at English. Composition. We don't have it easier because we have breaks. Technically, we don't get paid for summer months. Our 10-month salary is spread across 12. Yeah, that's exactly it. Like, I have a friend who teaches as well, and he's always telling me, like, how shitty it can be because, yeah, you don't get the pay during the summer months because you don't work during them. It's just... It's a 10-month salary. It's ass. I always feel bad. Without teachers, we're all just dunderheads, bunch of stupids. And if it's a teacher that has to, like, teach the younger years, my god, I just feel so bad. Chocolate banana. Oh boy, chocolate bananas for dinner! Yummers! Wait, what does this have to make? Oh, we need tofu, right? Yeah, mapo tofu. Fun because I teach elementary music. Oh, one of my favorite teachers in Poland was my elementary... Oh, Somtom, what the hell? Sure. Was the music teacher. What's wrong with... Why'd they look pissed off? Like they didn't enjoy the meal. Was it the Somtom? What the hell? My favorite teacher ever was the... Now, is my favorite teacher ever the one that was my favorite class ever? I feel like there's still, There's a teacher I had 3 times in a row. Once for history, once for sociology, and once for a different history course. That teacher was awesome. I have all these energy gems and I don't use them. God damn it, man. God damn it, man. You know what I'm saying? Give me that. Give me that. Emma. Hated English, but she was such a good teacher. She made it easy. Actually, one of my favorite teachers was a math teacher. I'm really, really, really bad at math. But you know, I guess I showed enough dedication to wanting to do well by showing up after school for help. So I don't know. It's just that was a cool teacher to have. The ones that don't give up. That being said, if I got to choose any like year of education, my first and second year, or my first and second semester of university, I had probably the greatest professor of all time. We spent, these were like honors courses, but we spent the first course, I would tell you, like every other time we showed up, we would read a thing that he handed us, and then we would talk about Blink 182 for the rest of the day. He actually told us that if we showed up with a Blink 182 t-shirt, he would give us extra credit. And I had so many Blink 182 t-shirts. Oh, dude, that was great. That was a great professor. I feel like I did absolutely nothing in that English composition course. Easiest A of my life. It sounds so made up when I think about it now. I'm like, oh yeah, my professor, he would give us extra credit for showing up with Blink 182 t-shirts. But it's actually true. I'm not even kidding. It did happen. And it's just great because I already really enjoyed Blink 182 as it is. Which channel has that emote? We have Plink 182. You think you're talking about Plink? A kid would tell their friend to sound lucky. It really does. He was like the weirdest professor I ever had, but my favorite solely for that reason. But to be fair, he was always like, since you guys are honor students, you really don't, you know, I really believe that you'll get everything done. And I remember going up to him and being like, hey, this was like, near the end of the course. It felt like a scene out of Harry Potter. I was like, Professor, I was wondering if you teach a second year of the honors courses. He's like, no, just the first year. And I was like, oh. You're a great professor. I was really hoping you would. But because I got a little lazy, I ended up having to take the normal course instead of the honors course second year in anyway. So I ended up having him for a second time. And yeah. He was still as cool there, but my core professors were more hardball than my major professors. So far, the worst professor I had was last semester because we got no information about anything. He sometimes didn't even give us the work that we had to do for the week. We never had a midterm. So I don't know how he calculated the final grades to this day. I don't know. I got an A, but I don't know why. Yeah, I don't know. Now, if all of my professors were like that dude, Blink 182, extra credit, man, I probably would have stayed in university at the time. I probably would have. But every following professor was awful, and also, I had a psychology class at 8 in the morning, okay? Dude, I'm sorry. A monotone lady talking about psychology it's just bad. It was a difficult time to be alive. It truly was. I slept through most of the classes. Glad I don't snore. Found that out because no one ever said anything, unless they were just being nice. Psychology was fun in my school. It was university, and I don't know, the teacher was just so not interesting to listen to. It was tough. And it happens sometimes. She had some interesting, like, we talked about serial killers, and I honestly thought that was actually really interesting. That was like an interesting part of the class. I was like, what the hell? God, I have 139 tomatoes. Get them a lunch. Enjoy, enjoy. I went to a small college in Montgomery, and our class sizes were pretty small. Our education classes sucked for us music, ed, and other majors. Not elementary because the professor would always be a former elementary teacher. When first straight up told the other majors in the class, I don't know how to help you. That's... Wow. I mean, what do you even do at that point? That's tough. I'd be like, oh, great. Glad I paid for this. I had a professor who I thought was like bipolar or something. One day he would show up and just be like in the greatest mood of all time. And then the next day, sometimes even the next class, it's just, he's ready to kill us. I'm like, damn, bro, like, jeez, what we do, man? Sometimes it just takes one bad class, I guess. Our advisor was more helpful, though. I currently have, like, the greatest advisor I've ever known. She's actually fantastic. As I've said, because of, not dropping out of my courses back in the day, when I finally returned to university, I just had a bunch of failed classes because I stopped going. I stopped showing up. And recently, my advisor, like, sent me a thing that's like, well, hey, listen, apparently, since it's been long enough, you can file for some sort of thing, and you send it out, they might remove those failed, classes. And it would fix your GPA. I'm like, yes, absolutely. What? That would bump me up to like a 4.0, I think. But we'll see if it happens. We will see, we will see. I need more land. I need more farmland. Wait, what? There's a big slam down. Screw it. Just plant it all accordingly. No, don't do that. We'll just hold on to the potatoes for now. How to integrate reading literacy into your content area. Which in music, it's mostly reading notes. I see. I wish I stuck to playing piano. Because I knew how to, you know, play all the... I knew how to read the notes. I feel like if I tried now, I forgot everything. It's been so long. Or like guitar, I don't know. Even though I think it's a little bit more impressive if someone knows how to play off just the sound. I think it's extremely impressive. But like knowing musical notes is so cool. You'd be surprised. I haven't played the piano since I was like 13. I mean, maybe I can like relearn it faster, but I don't think I have the, yeah, this game is on Steam. The DLC is, you have to buy it separately. The DLC is about like $5. I think the base game is also like $5. Carp, more like crap. Whoa! You don't mean that! I wish my school had, like... animatronics. See, I never got into FNAF. Problem with animatronics is the decline in animatronic entertainment, even with the revitalized interest in animatronics because of FNAF. It still seems like it would be pointless to do other than for fun. I think that's bogus because you'll go to like Universal, or you'll go to Disney, or you'll go to some random theme park, and they still have animatronics. Granted, maybe a little less now because you'll find more. I don't know, like. Oh wait, did I get more wood? Oh, I gotta chop some trees. It's already too late for today, though. Wait, we gotta cook. Quick. Tempura. Egg tofu. I made a Steam account last night and still told me to make a wish list. Hell yeah. This game is really good. I really enjoy the DLC. I don't know how much you would enjoy the base game. Because it's extremely, extremely different. Like, it has nothing to do with this farming stuff. They're not maintaining them. I've seen clips of very broken Disney animatronics. I see. I mean, I haven't been to a amusement park, theme park like that in a minute, so I'm not sure. I just saw pictures of my friend. I think he was at Universal, and there was an animatronic. And it seemed to look good. You got mail. Spinach. Spinach. I like animatronics. I don't really care too much for FNAF. But I like animatronics. Hey, please. Never been to Disney, but I've been to Universal because when we went on a trip there on radio, it was really cool. I have to go back. Universal Orlando. I see. That's cool. It's actually really cool. The hell's going on over here? I think CGI is taking it over. But I'm not sure. Honestly, I thought that people still use animatronics a lot. But I'm not that knowledgeable and all that. CGI has taken over. Chuck E. Cheese did away with most of their animatronics too. One, maybe two locations that still have them. I see. Later, fries. Good luck setting up the class stuff. Spirit of Halloween is having a Freddy Fazbear animatronic this year. Oh, I did see that. Really want it, but it's like $400. I have to save up, and it's not an easy task. In fact, it is very hard. Yeah, especially $400. Understandable. Well, listen, maybe one day you're just going to be John Animatronic. You know, there's still record shops. There's still, like, vintage stores. Maybe you'll just be the animatronic guy. I still go to record shops, music stores. I haven't really gone to anything vintage in a minute, but... I don't remember if I have. I might have gone to a Chuck E. Cheese that had animatronics. Maybe. Perhaps. Chuck E. Cheese is where a kid can be a kid. Where a kid can be a kid. We got invited one time. Especially from the 80s, it's weird considering that was 20 years before I was born. I don't know if it's weird, it's just like, you miss out on an era, so you find yourself interested in it. Like, I'm really interested in vinyls. Granted, it's just music, really. But, you know, vinyls... Nah, I can't think of anything, but I've certainly thought of, like, other things that interest me. I like Victorian era stuff. It looks dope. Victorian era, like, gothic. Or maybe just, like, the era of, I don't know when, but whenever things were more colorful, I guess that might have been the 80s. You know, old, whatchamahoots, diners, old diners that are like super red, and you know what I mean. The one car we had in the long drive. I'm like, that stuff's super cool. No. 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 This is often argued, but I just simply think that the old cheesy looks of like fast food restaurants was substantially better than the modern, boring, white, purple, dark gray exterior like appearances. And most people are just like, dude, you're just letting nostalgia like win over, but I just thought they looked better, man. I don't know. We all have different tastes. No! Terrible. We have to get the seismic thing back. Everything just looks the same now. Especially in New York. Everything's just a tall building. One of my most enjoyable experiences in the past couple of years has been going to Omega Mart, I mean. It's just so cool. I think everyone that has an interest in like paranormal, sort of like alien-ish stuff, they should go experience Omega Mart at least once. It's really neat. It's just a change of pace, considering how, like, bland the building itself looks. Unless, I mean, like, it's cool because it has a couple things here and there that are like, whoa, what the hell? What the hell, dude? Like, well, it's got its coordinates on the side of the wall. That's actually pretty neat. Should have done that when I was in Vegas 3 years ago, but I forgot. We took the opportunity immediately to go. Not immediately. We reserved it for like the third day that we were in Vegas. It was so cool. It was so cool. By the way, Trogdor, I don't know if I said it, but thank you for the 130 stream streak and Fry with Salt with the 5 stream streak. Thank you guys. Thanks, y'all. What the freak? Thanks, guys, for streaking. Keep forgetting I have to do the triple wave now. Yeah, that one's cool. Very colorful inside. A very interesting experience. I didn't have money to get like too many things, too many like merch things. So we bought the pass with all like the info of what we did. And what else did we do? I also got I think I just got a lanyard. Yeah, I have a lanyard somewhere. I was gonna put it on my, as my main lanyard for keys, but considering my dad completely ruined my Discord one from, like, early PAX, first year that Discord was at PAX, I'm not willing to get another lanyard ruined. It pissed me off. Vegas is cool though because, and you know, honestly Chicago too, for the giant bean, but like Vegas, most buildings are the same, and then all of a sudden you look to the side and you see a giant orb with like showing some weird, maybe a face, maybe like some cool advertisement. It's like, what the hell? Greetings, I'm here for my beer. Vodka? Yo! What the hell? What do you make? What the hell do you make? Guess we'll find out in a couple days. We still have the D Hotel at the old on the old strip, and that was so cool. Damn, 33rd floor. We weren't that close to Vegas. We booked an Airbnb a little bit further out, which was it was cool. It was like it was near the convention center, so it was a bit away from the strip, but if you went at the right time, you could explore pretty easily, or like get someone to drive you, whatever. Also, I just met so many cool like Uber drivers while in Vegas. Some dude that played Destiny 2, and he was like, "Yo, you at a convention? What's going on here?" I'm like, "Yeah, this is for a game called Final Fantasy 14." He's like, "Oh, I heard about that game. I was a Destiny 2 player." I was like, "Oh, I'm so sorry." He's like, "Yeah, thanks." He asked me if it was worth getting back into at the time, and I'm like, you know, I mean, at the time it was worth getting into. The changes were good. He was telling me about how, like, he quit gaming to become a dentist, and I was like, wow, that's quite the choice, in a good way. He's like, yeah, you know, such is life. Haven't gotten a computer in years. I just play on my PlayStation. I'm like, oh man, this guy went from gamer to normie, but that's just life sometimes, isn't it? He mentioned he wanted to get a computer, and I was like, that's cool. I would try to get one, and then I hope he did before everything went to hell, went to shit. So that was a cool thing. Another dude picked me up in a Tesla. I was like, hey. Wow. That was my first time in a Tesla, too. A little overrated for what it is, but whatever. Me who plays on all systems in a PC, am I still a gamer? I mean, I only really dictate someone as a normie in the gaming sphere if they only play, like, ball and gun games. Maybe not a really good description, but yeah, typically I would consider anyone that plays, like, only Marvel Rivals, or like a sports game, or like Call of Duty, probably a normie, or like Valorant. But it's exclusive to only playing those games. So if you play like Divinity 2, you're already off normie status in my eyes. In all its fairness, it kind of depends anyway. Not everyone's gonna agree with that, and that's very fair. Like, you could argue that Legend of Zelda games are essentially normie, or like Animal Crossing. I wouldn't disagree. But in my eyes, in my mindset, I feel like normies only play the super popular shooters and sports games. Oh wait, that's what I need. We need this. Rock Shaker activated. I love Divinity 2, it's so good. Soda and Vey on his alt channel have been playing, or they just finished the other day, but they played Divinity 2 with a mod called, what was it again? It was like Legendary Encounters. So one fight could take like an hour to get done. And I keep thinking about it, but I would never stream it. I simply would never do it. Maybe it's something I just play off stream one day. Or maybe I do on the alt. I'm still a gamer. I would like to think that most people in these communities are gamers. Even if it's only one extra game they play. I don't know, the whole normie thing is a little hard because... some people maybe only play one game, and maybe that one game is not a normie game, but does that make them a gamer? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Who am I to dictate? I would consider World of Warcraft a normie game. What the hell? Speech. Aiko, that's who. Yeah, I guess I play video games sometimes. I think it's more likely that someone was a gamer and then became normie. It's nothing wrong with being a normie though. Games kind of suck these days. I kind of get it. PlayStation significantly less because they don't make the franchises I enjoy anymore, plus all the anti-consumer practices. I don't think it, like, takes away someone's status if they play, like, on a console. Kinda just depends what they play. If you play Nier Automata on, like, the PlayStation, I think that already, like, removes your normie status. At least a little bit. Not maybe, it's not, like, significant, but... ain't no normie playing that game. Oh, no, wait. Bamboo shoot mine. I don't remember how to make goddamn tofu, man. Damn it. Again, I guess Nier Automata became a normie game, but... big bada boom! Come on, show me the exits. Come on. Come on! Yes! 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 This is OP. Where the freak's the exit here? I mean, the only reason it became a normie game is because Yoko Taro is a psychopath, as always, and he decided that he's going to put 2B in every other video game known to man. I blame Yoko Taro. Dude's a bastard. I hate him. Can't wait for him to traumatize me with the new Evangelion anime. Whoa. What the hell's going on over there? Holy smokes! Where's the exit? Come on, drop over here. No! I do it. We didn't find the exit yet. Oh, here it is. That was like the first bomb I used. Ah, exit. How low can you go? Can you go down low? All the way to the floor? Yeah, I don't really know what dictates a normie, especially because, like I said, like, World of Warcraft, I feel like maybe it was normie, maybe it isn't anymore. I don't know how many people really played. But as far as MMOs go, it's pretty normie. Everyone knows WoW. What's an MMO? Oh, well, World of Warcraft. That's an MMO, right? Down we go. Big bada boom. Alright. That should be enough of that. Surely. Well, it's normally MMO because its sub count, even during Shadowlands, Mass Exodus, had most despite the Mass Exodus XIV. I mean, in all honesty, if I asked people to name an MMO, most people would definitely say WoW. Like, I don't know how many people would say Final Fantasy XIV unless they played it. I think that's what sort of makes it normie, but I don't think it's that normie anymore. Maybe like back in the day is what would have made it normie. I kind of just base it off of, like, what would people in school know? Right? Yo, name 3 games. Valorant, FIFA, League of Legends. Wasn't League of Legends once an MMO? No. It was always a MOBA. Marvel Rivals. It's not even Valorant anymore. It's Marvel Rivals these days, right? That's the game. Maybe it's both. I would still be playing WoW. It's just like, I'm lazy. I finally finished the story and I'm like, all right, thank God it's done. I don't know what else I would do. I think I'm just too stupid to learn the rotations and actually like play the game appropriately. I only did the solo like delve content. I might not be a gaming normie, but I'm washed. I'm such a washed gamer. It's not easy being old. Stylistically, I always preferred WoW over Final Fantasy, and honestly, even the rotations. But I already committed to Final Fantasy with the story since the beginning. And World of Warcraft has this thing that will continue to, like, I don't know what word I should use. Basically prevents me from wanting to play it more than I already have, which is just lore. I'm a lore-pilled nerd loser, and so I need to know the lore in full through my own experience to really enjoy a game to the max. And you could do that with WoW. It's just it's quite a that's a huge dedication. It's a lot of work to do all the story, considering how shitty some of the expansions were. Wait, we didn't do the thing with the fog. Oh, I'm so stupid. No, wait, we did. I just didn't get tofu. One day, I would like to actually just commit all of my free time to do Lore Master in WoW. I just don't know if there was content removed. I assume cinematics remain, but... Dude, move. I'm trying to pet this guy. For example, Final Fantasy XIV, they removed, like, a chunk of content from A Realm Reborn. Granted, to be fair, probably for the best. But you'll never be able to experience what it was before anymore. Which kind of blows. Oh, they're upgrading the bathroom. What are you doing here? Did you finish making the tofu? No, I literally can't. I literally can't, dude. Did I put the food in here? Yes. I just need a decent new MMO. But we'll never get it. Maybe Guild Wars 3. Perhaps that's the new shining MMO of all time. I like the combat in Guild Wars. What the hell? This thing's like super overgrown all of a sudden. Or maybe it was like that and I just didn't notice. I only really look at it during the fog. All right. Sweet. No, come on, man. There it is. There it is. Alright, we're not getting anything this one. No. 2 bombs left. Alright, the final one. Create a chain reaction or something, I don't know. Alright, GG's. Terrible run. Nice. And by nice, I mean that was probably one of our worst rounds yet. I'm wondering if there's anything to do in the western area, like the snow. I haven't really seen anything beyond. It just be a campsite. Huh. New fish? Well, they do be purple. Bullfrog? Yo! No! What the freak, man? Dang it. Whatever, we got a frog. Tuesday. So, I don't have a recipe for tofu. Huh. How is this possible? Can I buy tofu? I didn't even think about that. Don't think so. Hey! Hey, man. You got tofu? No. Can I order tofu? No. I can order things that can be planted, but that's about it. Purchase. All of it. Thank you kindly. More like no foo. That's what I'm saying, man. Where's the tofu at? No, FU is better. I'm cooking more chocolate bananas. I can make egg tofu, but not normal tofu. This is unbelievable. This is unbelievable. Sashimi. Oatmeal. Escargot. Like, dude. So is this game normally a Stardew Valley game? No. This is the DLC. It's just extra. It's like an alternate universe where you're literally just playing Stardew Valley, essentially. The main game is very different. Very, very different. I think the main game is better, but this also needs tofu, man. Wait, maybe do I fish it up? Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait just a darn minute. What if I buy the game only to play the DLC? I mean, that's fun. I think the storytelling and the characters and stuff are better in the main game. No! Please. Please! Oh yeah, you're gonna turn around now, huh? Screw you, man. Yeah, you bite it. Come on. No, but the game plays out very differently. You don't have Stardew Valley stuff in the main one. The main game. Little known galaxy. I have no idea what that is. Are we east yet? Yeah, I think we're always east. Actually, if anything, we're heading west. I like Bells. It seems fun. It's pretty fun. The story and how the main game works. Still better. Yo, Amber! Welcome, welcome, welcome. How was Warframe? Back in the Warframe grind. Hell yeah. Hope it was fun. Hope you had a good time. We're just playing some Eastward. We're chilling. We're big chilling. This is... We're essentially just playing Stardew Valley. Can you give a brief description of what the main game is like? Tragedy. Running from something called miasma. And there's sort of combat. It's kind of like a bullet hell. Medicinal wine. What the hell? Cool. Painfully slow but fun. Very fair. Very fair. That game do be quite the grind. I respect it. I respect the hustle. Vodka, yes! Yes! This is what I'm talking about. No! I wanted to pickle more of it. No. No. Obtained soda. Yeah, we're just vibing, we're just playing this game. Seeing how far it takes us. Apples. Apple. Ah, energy gem. Nice. Nice. Alright, tomorrow will be a foggy day, which is really good. No, 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 tomorrow's rain. Tomorrow's rain. I'm gonna have to run. Yeah, no worries. Thank you for the raid. Appreciate it. Have a good rest of your day. Pickle jar. Oil press. Wine barrel. Chili. I guess I accidentally purchased one whole chili. Yeah, it's hard to explain how this game works in the non-DLC, solely because spoilers, but essentially there's this, like, cloud of death called the miasma, and you're outpacing it while trying to get rid of it. It's like a completely different game when you play the actual game versus this. Oh, what was genre? It's like a... I mean, it's kind of like a bullet hell at times. Which direction do you go to outpace it? Well, that's a great question, Joe. And, you know, first I want to thank the Academy so much for all the support with our projects and our, you know, our hard efforts here. You know, we've really worked hard on playing this video game. And, you know, thank you to everybody who watched the playthroughs. And, you know, really without you guys, we wouldn't be able to even play the games. So I'm grateful for that. And, so the question here was, which direction do you go to outpace the game, and, you know, the miasma? And it's a really good question that you really have to think about, quite hard, actually, because this game, you know, it's not that simple. It's not as simple as, you know, what direction. It's not about the friends you make along the way. You know, it's about the story and the people and, you know, the direction that the game takes you. It's quite spectacular, really. And I think, you know, as great of a question as that is, I think you should play it yourself to really find out what direction it is you go to outpace it. Yeah, I think if you experience it for yourself, that's really that's really the cup of tea. It's the 50-50. That's what you should be doing. So thank you so much for the question, and I'll be taking the next question, please. Why these pig have wings and 3 leg? Why they're balloon? I don't know why that just took me back to like Squeaks in GTRP when he was playing as trying to be the mayor. So there were the elections, and he was like running for mayor, and he kind of sounded like that, but that character just became his personality in like reality. He went from acting it to just being it. It slips out sometimes. So yeah, that's a really good question that you asked right there, and I really appreciate the question that you asked. But, you know, I do need to remind you guys that, you know, all these cars outside being parked, you know, it's just a big problem that we have to settle. And, even though that was a really good question that you just asked, you know, it's just, you know, these robots, these drones, we really need to do something about them. Just completely going away from the question, just completely off topic. Come on, man! Where are the doors? No! This is gonna be a shitty run. I'm pissed. What a waste. Greetings, Cloud Ripper of the 77th variety. Greetings and salutations. I ran out of all of the bombs within 2 levels. This is what we call ridiculous. This is what we call ridiculous. Quite frankly, I'm pissed. Yo, leave the 30 stream streak as well. Hey, how you do? Yo, today, man, I'm dissociating. I don't remember who I am anymore. If this carries on, we're cooked for tomorrow. How the hell am I going to do any golfing if I'm going to dissociate? And why are blue? Boom. What? Boom. Boom. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You made a clip. Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad you liked my speech. I would make for a great politician. Yeah, you know, it's a great question. You know, why is it that video games should be, you know, an hour per dollar? That's a really good question there. I just want to remind you guys, you know, that I do have 10,000 hours in Final Fantasy XIV, so I actually have the most valid opinion. I don't think anyone here has even 10,000 hours in a single video game, so... I am just the most qualified. Start pulling out bullshit. Fish bite. That's a great question there. Why should fishing be in every single video game? Well, it's quite simple. You know, that's a great question there. As you might know, I'm actually the greatest fisher to ever live. So it's, you know, it's just something that has to happen. I bite it, come on. I wonder how many fish are in this game. That's something we're probably gonna fill out, the fishing codex, if that exists. There's no, like, bestiary. Highest game I have is 2731 hours in a game. I think RuneScape has something like 15,000 hours. When I ask, like, the dude in-game or whatever, he's like, yeah, you have about this many hours in the game. And I'm like, wow, that's crazy. I played that game a lot, didn't I? Over the span of 15 years, though, I feel like, you know, kind of makes sense. Correct you, but I only have 3,700 hours in VR chat. You know, you'd be surprised what it feels like you've played a game forever, and it just turns out you didn't. My VR chat hours are unhealthy to look at. But it's not like I played them consistently all the time. Sometimes I just had it open. You know? $10,000 I have on Minecraft over platforms I played on it. VR chat got dethroned by Final Fantasy recently, but Steam only says like 10,000 hours on Final Fantasy. It's odd though, because in-game it's like the numbers are different, so I'm not really sure what to believe. Oh boy, it's gonna rain tomorrow as well. I think most of my time played is League of Legends. I played a lot of League, but I don't know if it... I mean, I'm not sure. They used to have something called Raptor. It was this program that essentially kept track of your playtime in games. I miss Raptor, it was great. That's how I used to keep track. And I think at the time I had quite a few thousand hours. Not, okay, that's... I had like 2,000 hours maybe in League. Not enough salt. What the freak? Vodka, you wanna buy it? Buy my vodka. Buy my medicinal wine. Keep like 15 chili. Keep like 20 cocoa. We do use the cocoa. We'll keep 30. Keep like one of these because I don't know what I need to trade in for tofu. As we can clearly see, it is more profitable to turn these into other things, but it's not a huge deal, not at the moment. 14 years across multiple platforms for most of the days. I think RuneScape is still my most played of all time, for sure. But this is an instance of like the playtime wasn't always playing the game, if that makes sense. Not like I'm idling the game. But like, I'll have the game open and all I'm doing is talking. Like text chat or something. Same could be said about Final Fantasy. Some days, I just sit there and I'm talking to random people. My OVR toolkit has just beaten my playtime for TF2. Yeah. I mean, you know, it's just bound to happen. When was the last time you played TF2, right? It's kind of the same thing of like, when's the last time I played VR chat proper? 2023. I should probably set up that dono goal and just see if we would even progress it. It'd be for a VR chat model that would end up also being pretty reasonable or pretty important for the Only Neko's University. Whenever that might happen, who knows? But it's not something we have to hit. When Rick the VA of the soldier died? Oh, I see. That's fair. I could see my GTA having like quite a few hours. I would have to look at like my Xbox playtime and my PS4 playtime and all that. As cool as this DLC is, I need to be honest, it's just been the same stuff with like occasional events, just like Stardew, which isn't bad, but it's like, it probably would have been more exciting to play through just base Eastward instead. All right, let's put some onion. 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 Let's put some taters. 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 Lettuce. Hopefully not the lettuce that makes you shit yourself. Got some tea. Oh shit, I didn't want to do that. GTA Session, Skate, Sim, Fallout are all within 100 hours of each other. Others at 700, 830, 831 respectively. The most I played is Skate at 360. It's actually really crazy when I look at my Steam playtime hours because there'll be like a select few games that are just in the thousands, and then everything else is like barely at 100. Barring like maybe one game. What the hell? Chicken. Like VR chat, Final Fantasy. Maybe Gmod. Left 4 Dead. Whoa! It's shaking out here, and I'm scared. Why you wizard?
Dick. Dick. Dick.
Oh. I see. Hey, greetings! Hey, what are you guys doing today or tomorrow, eh? Hey, what's going on in here? Thank you for raiding me here. Yo, what's going on? What's going on? Hey, man. How was Pokemans? Was it good or no? Today you're winning or no?
Dick.
I stopped by for a little bit, and I saw Leaf was lost in the Boat, and I was like, yeah, that's pretty real. Vulpix, my Vulpix, holy hell! Oh hell yeah! All of you playing Pokemon makes me want to play, but I'm like, oh man, I'm too lazy. I'm too lazy, man. Yeah, I'll just wait for the next Pokemon to release. We're just playing some Eastward. We're playing some Eastward DLC. Pretty good stuff. Oh, come on, man. Hit this, man. Yes. Yes! Oh, hello. No. Get. Oh my god, it was still blowing up. We probably could have gotten more stuff from there. Hello? What is this place? Why is green? Hello? Bomb? Falling? Hello? Okay. Fine, have it your way. Oh, now it's fallen. Rose, hello. Greetings. Leaf, I might try Phasmophobia in VR. With the new Jumbo update, where they apparently fixed it. What do you think about this? What's up, H. Brown? This is crazy, yes. It's gonna be crazy. I think it's gonna be a little scuffed, not gonna lie. Think it's gonna be a little bit scuffed in it. You seen me earlier? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm dissociating pretty hard today. I don't know who I am. Just one of those days. I don't even remember who I am anymore. I don't remember. Where's exit, man? Please.
Dick.
Who said that? It's TV time! That was a good chapter.
Dick.
Who said that? Is there a further floor? Or is this it, man? Hello?
Dig.
I still got 8 bombs.
Dig.
Oh, yeah. Yes! 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 No. Hit this. Yes! Yes! Go next. Everything about Chapter 3 was great. Things got pretty serious too. So I'm like, hell yeah. It going crazy over here. Now what? Nothing falling. Where's my seismic waves of hell? Well, that was the final bomb. Damn! That was pretty good. That was pretty good. That was pretty good. So wait, where did Leaf stop? With Pokemon Red. Or Pokemon Green. I don't remember where the Vulpix part is. Celadon? I know that VTuber. Just got Eevee? Oh. Okay. Is that before or after Lavender Town? Am I even thinking the right games? I feel like I'm meshing stuff together. Jolteon coolest out of the OG3. I like Flareon. I like Flareon, but overall, if I could pick a shiny, it would be Espeon. If I can't pick a shiny, it would be... Oh, man, I don't know. I'm at this point where I think evolutions are so overrated. But I really liked Umbreon for the longest time. I like Leafeon. No, she's not an evolution. Stop it. Stop it. Even though she's not beating the allegations by playing a Pokemon game. Hey, what are you talking about, eh? Here, have some steamed fish. Is this real? You're my savior! The mayor would have my job with... What? The mayor would have my job without it. I still haven't received last month's salary. It's all I can give you. Basic bait is what I get. Freak these guys. Is that evolutions? Yes! Yo, Revenue with a 5 stream streak, man. Umbreon's my tanky little guy. I never really cared about stats in Pokemon. I don't do EV/IV training because I just think it's pointless for me, especially since I don't PvP. But I do try to get the living Pokedex. I try to get every single Pokemon into my storage PC box. PC box. Peace box. Base stats and natures? No, I don't care about that really at all. I just want to... I catch Pokemon, I have my main, like, team, and then everything else just goes into the box. And then, like, you have... Not Cottony. What's the... What? Do they hate the food? Is it too little food for them? I don't understand. Why are they pissed on me? There are some, like, Pokemon that have different variations, right? Like, different flavors, or whatever. So I try to get those as well. At one point, I try to get, like, all variations of a Pokemon, like, male, female as well, but it's just like, bro. Too much of a hassle, I mean. Good team comp. I don't even know if I did that. I just picked the Pokemon that I like. I mean, yeah, I guess I do a little bit of team comping. I need to be sure that I can beat the gym leaders and stuff, so I'll take their weaknesses for sure, but... I don't even gotta do that, to be honest. I overlevel like crazy. So... Potato. Potato. Eggs V-Box. Start doing soft Nuzlocks. I think that'd be fun, actually. I think Nuzlocke and, like, Soul Links, I think those are more exciting for me when it comes to, like, Pokemon stuff. Kind of something I'd be down to do. But I don't know which Pokemon I'd do it. I'd probably just do Sinnoh. But it would have to be like the OGs. Ain't no way I'm convincing myself to play those remakes ever again. Xbox, turn off. I was about to say the stupid Twitch thing where it clips. And I was like, wait. No, it's gonna make one. This baby guy, he don't even have no wings yet. He's so blim blum. Goodbye. Guys, it doesn't work unless I say it. Come on. Come on, guys. Oh boy, my new potty room. Whoa, what the hell? Oh yeah. Say what? Just stuff about clipping on a certain site by the name of twitch.tv potentially. Wow, that's a lot of toilet paper. We're so back. Say what? I forgot. Suddenly I don't remember what I was talking about. Huh, that's so weird. That like never happens. I always remember. But this time I forgot. I guess my XP is just too low. I need the recipe for disaster. Hello, princess. I just got level 99 thieving. And I'm literally so good at this game. What the hell's this room? Boy, what the hell, boy? Hello, princess. I just got promoted to lead moderator. Feet clapping noises. Dude! I'm literally so pissed off. Pissed off. What I became... God damn it. I just be merging different accents together. Forget about it. I don't care no more. I don't even care no more. I don't even care no more. Hellboy is a Ron Perlman movie. Okay, now I'm pissed. Okay, that's it. Now I'm pissed. Wick everything. Widowy. Whoa! Wait. I don't even need all this wood right now. Ron Perlman? Hardly know him. Hardly know him. I miss my wife, Tails. Widowy Wick my wife. Wait a minute. Not my wife. My life. Wait a minute. I don't have a wife. What the hell? Wow! Purchase! Purchase! Yes! Sell! That's a lot of eggs. That right there is just so many eggs. Spielen. Leave one black fungus. Sell all banana. Except for 5. Sell all. Just kidding. Give me the cabbage. We're going to pickle it. Potato? Turn it into vodka. Tea leaves. 37. 36. Sell all. Snail. Sell all. Fish. Keep the fish. I have a hotel, piece of hotel furniture. What you said for me? Hey, stay away from my wife. Maybe I don't even got one, but you stay away. You understand? I miss my wife that I don't have, Tails. Hey, why he's eating the plant, the cabbage, it's the lettuce, right? Why he's eating the lettuce? Which one is it? I literally don't know. I literally don't know. I also choose this guy's non-existent wife. Whoa! Whoa! Oh, everything's done here. Pickled daikon. Pickled daikon. Sauerkraut. I see. You become sauerkraut. Delicious. Das ist gut. Ja. Whoa, wait. What?
Dick.
Wait, what?
Dick. Dick.
Wait.
Dick.
Wait, what?
Dick. Dick.
Do I just have infinite soda? The bubbles just keep coming back. Hey, what the hell? What's going on here?
Dick.
What? It sells for like 5, so it's not worth doing this. But why do I have infinite soda? Beer. Wine. More wine. Okay, let's put our potatoes in here. Let's put our potatoes in here for some vodka. Sweet. Sweet. What? How'd this happen? Do I have bubbles in my inventory that I just don't know about? No, it's just infinite. What the hell? Boil and mash them, put them in a stew. I love The Lord of the Rings. Probably my favorite movie of all time. Movies of all time. Fruit cup, chocolate, steamed eggs, mushroom stew, juice, green salad, steamed fish. There's nothing else that even comes close. Okay. I think they don't like the food that I'm offering them. Gotta give it a while before I can watch again. I used to watch the extended edition of the trilogy, like, once a year. I think there's an extended break now in between, but like a year and a half. Extended editions, local cinema. It had videos from Peter Jackson with little tidbits about the actors. That's actually pretty cool. There's like the longer edition now where it's the extended cut or something. The extended director's cuts. Never watched those. I don't think I have, at least. Visits from the late Christopher Lee and how their wives would go have tea and they would down an entire bottle of whiskey between the two of them. Based and awesome. When it comes to music, I find myself looking up interviews, you know, live YouTube videos of like live performances. But I feel like I'd never do that for like actors. What the hell's that? Oh, chili. Why is there just chilling around here? At least I don't know the last time I did. The only interview I ever looked up was the one with Elijah Wood. It was a prank. And it was, what's his face doing the interview, but asking the most ridiculous questions. I think it was Pippin, or was it Mary? I can't remember. When will you wear wigs? Yeah, exactly. When will you wear wigs? Do you wear wigs? That's a great one, dude. That's such a good interview. That's like the one interview I think I watched regarding actors, actresses, anything of the sort. If I ever watched a different one, I just can't remember. Maybe there was like some Keanu one that I watched. If you count his like cyberpunk, not really interviews, just being on stage for it. I guess I watched those. Oh, you know what? I did Hot Ones. I watched the Hot Ones once. So I guess technically it counts. Usually it's for like musicians though. Oh wait, what's the other one? There's the interview with the lady. I didn't watch the full one, but it's like, so would you call yourself a musician? I don't do no magic. I make music. Just real quick. You don't think you're a musician? No, I make music, no magic. Whatever it was. Something like that. Kelp. Hot Ones, but it's a 5-course meal of the actor's pick, so they actually like the food. That's pretty sick. I've done Hot Ones before. Not in like full, but I have done Hot Ones before. Yeah, I like spicy food as well. Maybe not to the like the bomb was my limit. Cause it tasted was that the one? One of them tasted really bad. The spice wasn't even a big deal. It was just such a horrible flavor. I think it was the bomb. I have pretty good tolerance. There was this like challenge meal at an old place around here. Or no, not around here, but whatever, nearby at this point. It was wings, but it was spicy wings. And if we were able to eat them all, they would put our names on this little like this like restaurant thing they had. The Hall of Fame. I mean, we managed, but it was like a group of 6 of us. It's a little different. I feel like it's a little less impressive when there's 6 people trying the meal. But we were a team. A team of idiots who decided to suffer a little bit. Yeah, I think it was the bomb. But, like, I feel like I vividly recall some people liking the bomb, so I can't remember if it was or wasn't. Unrelenting suffering, that's correct. That is my, my default state of mental and physical and emotional. Wait, did we do the game today? I already forgot. Are you charging? No, we didn't do it today. Damn. What in the world did I do today? I spent so much time. I guess we just kind of fell into the same feel, but that Kitchen Nightmares did after a while. Yeah. I mean, I really liked... I lost my train of thought for a moment, but yeah, I liked Hell's Kitchen, Kitchen Nightmares and stuff for a while. Hot Ones, I didn't watch too much of it, but like if there was someone I was interested in seeing do the Hot Ones solely for the interview maybe, then yeah. I did, but what if you made an Adult Swim parody of yourself? Something like Robot Chicken? That'd be awesome. If I had the funding, I would absolutely just go ham on, like, animations and stuff. Especially, like, retro and stuff like that. I'm a sucker for it. All the sound effects and echoing when people cough. It made every episode feel the same. After a while, you know, it's so many seasons of it. Yeah, it gets pretty samey. Robot Chicken's awesome. One of them bumps is just Robot Chicken Ico. I mean, that would be like crazy animation stuff. I don't know how I could even do that. I kind of just do the bumps. Lately, I've totally moved it away from even being that Adult Swim inspired, and I just do it my own way. I think I prefer him this way, though. At least the last, like, 3. Oh my god. I was like, uh-oh. Wonder if there's a way I can watch Robot Chicken without a subscription or pirating. I don't remember. Didn't they have, like, Robot Chicken on YouTube for a bit? Rick and Morty for something to do. I feel like I liked it a lot more back in the day when it was airing, and then it just fell off. Like, I feel like I grew out of that humor a little bit. Sometimes. Other times I'm like, maybe not. Damn it, I thought no one would ever find it. Actually, Last Bass was here yesterday, and that's the only person that I know that ever posted an emote that happens to have, like, spin in it. So, I never thought anyone else would ever find it. It would just kind of be there in the shadows. The shadows in the background of the morgue. I was telling Ty, because he's the one that, like, came up with the idea. I'm like, I don't think anyone is ever gonna do this, but I'm down. I'm down to add it. That is a very loud lightning storm, chat. Thunderstorm. Robot Chicken was one of those things I wasn't supposed to watch as a kid. I mean, Adult Swim in general was like a no-go. Typically, I was asleep before Adult Swim even, like, they swapped over to it. But those nights where I stayed up just a little bit longer, and I got to see the swap where when Toonami happened, or, like... Sure, Quan will probably use it. No, because he has to do a flip, never a spin. But I'm glad people found it. There's still more that have been undiscovered. Hello? Why can't I egg? Oh, we're maxed out on chickens. The only thing I wasn't allowed to watch was Pokemon. Funny enough, as a kid, I was banned from Pokemon. Satanic Panic stuff. I mean, it's more like evolution, right? The whole evolving thing. For me, it was... I watched Pokemon the movie, 2000. You know, the very... No, not 2000. Just Pokemon the movie with Mewtwo Returns. I remember watching it, and they didn't approve. So, I was never allowed to watch another one. Well, for a while. At some point, I think we went to like a Blockbuster or something, and they had Pokemon the movie 2000. It might have been on VHS. And I ended up getting it. Or renting it, whatever. I was mostly a movie watcher. I didn't really watch the, I didn't watch the shows too much. Like maybe the first few seasons, and then I did watch the Diamond and Pearl one because I just think Sinnoh is the best. Didn't watch Detective Pikachu, but my friend went, and you know they were giving away like the exclusive Detective Pikachu card. So I have that. Admittedly, I'm not that into Pokemon anymore. Wait, hello, who are you guys? Look, sis. I heard the town used to be an abandoned theme park. What's wrong? Aren't you happy? Smith. Upset stomach? Car sick? No, that's not it. I want to talk about you and Guy. Here we go again. Yeah, he's as round as he is short, and he's going bald. But he's an amazing mechanic. Oh my god, they're talking about Fausto. Didn't you fall in love with a professor twice your age? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Buchan's different. Or Buchan? Buchan. He's... What's the difference? I'm serious. Sorry, I'm getting too worked up. No, it's my fault. We never get to travel, and now I've gone and ruined everything. Classic. Speaking of, my stomach's grumbling. How about a candy apple? Oh, I can actually make that easy. Unless I sold all the apples already, then we're cooked. We gotta eat a hot dog since we're going to a park. A hot dog? Oh, great. So I need the pork and flour. That's it? Okay. I'm still big into the games, but not as much as I used to be. I feel like the games just... So, for me, I played up until... Hold on, let me just look at what all this is really quick. Okay. For me... Wait. What if I make it rain? Does that count? Does that finish off all of it? Quick check. Sorry, anyways. I played Diamond Pearl Platinum. And then I hadn't played another Pokemon game until Let's Go... Well, Pokemon Go, but not counting that one. I hadn't played one since Let's Go Eevee. Or until Let's Go Eevee. And then I started playing them again a little bit, but... I gotta admit... I thought that, like, most of the new ones are kind of mid. I like, Scarlet Violet was kind of whatever, man. And then, you know, I prayed for a remake of Diamond and Pearl and Platinum. Didn't get a Platinum remake. Just Diamond and Pearl, and it was not great. It was not a great remake. We're not going to plant anything in the other purple, so it might be a bit of a waste, but the reason for this is I want to clear out everything and just redo the farm appropriately. Platinum's probably the best of the lot. I love Platinum. I still got the DS cartridge somewhere. I mean, I also have Diamond and Pearl. I have 2 diamonds, 1 pearl, and a platinum. 2 diamonds because back in the day, my brother wanted to play at the same time, and you know, can't really do that if there's only one. So we got him diamond, and then I got pearl later on, just to get it. Ceruledge is awesome. Ceruledge is like my favorite newer Pokemon. I don't know how new, but Ceruledge is super dope. I would like, he's probably top 5 Pokemon ever at this point. Oh yeah, the Annihilate, yeah. Huge. I mean, I'm just a sucker for ghost types. In general. Like... Hey, I'm a ghost type. Yeah, that's why I said it. Hello, princess. I heard you were a ghost type. No! Not having to water all this is huge. Yeah, that's what I really liked Ceruledge. Ceruledge carried, I kid you not. I think they died maybe once. And every like following thing, Ceruledge just carried the entire game. I don't know, I don't remember even adding other Pokemon to the team. It was straight up just Ceruledge. Carried me through the entirety of Scarlet and Violet. Yeah, the starters are mid. But I don't really use starters, to be honest. It's kind of weird, but I like to challenge myself in the games by not having starters to begin with. Yeah, Scarlet didn't at first. They're cool. I mean, the starters are alright. I don't hate them, but I never look at the starters as like anything besides literally the starter, and then afterwards I bank them. They go into the box. And I also don't use legendaries. I'll catch them just for the, you know. I'll catch them solely for the living Pokedex. My gameplay cycle for Pokemon games is literally to just get the living Pokedex. that is available at the time. And then, you know, shiny hunting is just an added thing, I guess. Fire and grass type. Water type is off to a rough start for me. I actually have not looked into the game at all. You said new ones. Zash. I mean, I don't judge anyone for using whatever. If you want to use legendaries, mythicals, whatever, go for it. I don't like feeling overly special in the world of Pokemon. I just want to be like a basic trainer, but, you know, beating gyms and stuff. I don't feel like being like super OP. Are you rich? What? In this game? In this game, yeah. A little bit. I mean, we have only 10k at the moment, but at this point, I'm pretty confident I can purchase enough seeds and still have money left over. So I think we're in a good spot. You have to go to the end of the game to get the legendary. True, true. I only really get the legendaries for completing the living Pokedex. Typically, one of my friends will have exclusives, so we'll trade. In this case, Juvie was actually just insane, and he was pretty much done with the game in Scarlet Violet, so he gave me the other legendary, just whatever, which was extremely kind. Greatly appreciative of that. It's not exactly the easiest thing to get other legendaries. They give you 2 of the legends in that game anyway. Wait, do they? Well, actually, that's true. I didn't need the legendary. Yeah, true. Yeah, you had your whole team going. $10,000 money? If only, right? If only. Pretty sure, like, that was one of the last Pokemon I needed for my living Pokedex. In all honesty, what I could have just done is trade it with Juvie. And then showed off the completed Pokedex. Or living Pokedex. And then I could have just given it back. I just didn't think about it. I don't know if I'll get the newer one either. I mean, it's gonna be on the Switch too, right? So. Restart my save since then anyway. I think I like the style of Scarlet Violet a lot. You had a shiny Zacian? That's crazy. Yeah, I like the Ogre Pawn. In all honesty, I don't remember the last Pokemon game where I was like, this legendary has to be in my party. Probably Diamond when I got, like, Darkrai. Probably had to be Darkrai. I don't like any of the Gen 9 Ogerpon is just because you have an emotional connection. Yeah. I hardly even remember, like, the legendaries. Because in my head, all I was doing was going into, like, that final zone and trying to get the exclusive, like, futuristic ones. Or whatever it was. Yeah, they just weren't really that memorable. After 4, all were kind of mid. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I didn't even think the legendaries were that great in Diamond and Pearl, aside from Giratina. I mean, I liked and disliked the lake mythicals. Darkrai was cool, but well, I didn't care about Cresselia. I didn't really care about Shaman. I didn't really care about Palkia, Dialga. Arceus is cool, but whatever, you know, God Pokemon, feels weird to even be able to capture it. It's just my favorite game in terms of vibes. The rest is garbage, then 2, then 1, then 4. I'm assuming, Juvie, that for you, Groudon and Kyogre are the best, right? Because I don't remember the legendaries by Gen, I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, okay. I like Groudon and Kyogre, yeah. I like Kyogre more. I like Latios and Latias. I like the birds, man. Articuno and Lugia. So cool. Suicune. Deoxys, Rayquaza. Yeah. Really, I only like Giratina from and the lake Pokemon. Two of the strongest legendaries, ignoring the literal god Pokemons, yeah. I've seen something about that before, like a video. I don't know if I can even name my favorite legendaries. It's kind of tough to, like, think about. You can got a Mega. I mean, I really don't care about, like, the Mega evolutions. I don't like Gigantamaxing. It's the same deal with, like, Yu-Gi-Oh! When they started synchro summoning and whatnot. I'm a simple dude. I preferred just have your evolutions, the basic ones. Whether it's 1 or 3 of them. That's it. I don't really care about the complex other stuff. Mega evolutions. Gigantamaxing. What was the other stuff? I don't even remember what the other stuff was. Terramaxing or whatever. Tetra. Z attacks. I like Mega, but everything else feels like a cheap knockoff. Maybe it's because I just hadn't played one with it. So I don't have that, like, connection that you guys do. I mean, some of the Mega evolutions look cool. But even in... Was it Sword and Shield? I really didn't use the Gigantamaxing that much. If at all. I kind of just tried to win without him. Now, in Scarlet Violet, I felt like you had to do the... Whatever it was, the... Terra, whatever it was. You know what I'm talking about. The crystallized variants. I feel like I had to at some points, so... Young enough to have some nostalgia for it. Yeah, fair. I dropped Pokemon for a very long time. Whippersnappers. Bunch of whippersnappers in here. I didn't really want to plant all this, but I decided to hell with it for now. I was born in 2000 in years. Yeah, that hurts my spine, but it's okay. Oh, wait. I remembered. Post Shrek people. Oh my lord. Stop that. I don't like that. I don't want to think about that. Bro. That might be the worst thing I've heard in my life. Spinach salad. Wow, yummy. Wow, yummers. Omelette. Omelette du fromage. Pork and fleur. Okay, I have to buy the pork. We can make the flour ourselves. Post Toy Story 1. Man. That's rough. Can you make me some spaghetti? No. I can't. I just can't. Why not, man? I'm making matcha powder. Toy Story 2 is probably the best. Shrek 2 is the best. Lion King 2? Meh. Or wait. Which one was Lion King 2? So which wasn't even out when I was in school? I mean, same. Oh, right. Nah. Yeah, that's the Romeo and Juliet one. Gotcha. Yeah, gotcha. I'm old, but that's okay. Age is just a number after 21. Wait, but Aiko, you always said that it's just a number after 18. Yeah, well, I've gotten older, so therefore after 21. It is pouring out. It's crazy. Because them stealing the story from Kimba the Lion wasn't enough. They took all of Shakespeare's works too. You know what's funny? There's this person we know, Roaming Elephant. If you ever told them, if you ever mentioned Kimba the White Lion, they would be so mad. They would be so mad. People use it for rage bait at that point to like really just frustrate them. I never knew how true that was. Where are eggs? Never watched Kimba, and I have no desire to. I didn't either. My favorite movies of like animated films back then, Brother Bear was one. I loved Brother Bear. Still probably one of my favorites. Atlantis, El Dorado, Toy Story 1, Toy Story 2, Mulan. Brother Bear is so good. Yeah, Treasure Planet. Brother Bear. I still reference it in some games. If you have like a companion that's like an animal, typically I name it Coda. And I did that originally with my Palico in Wilds, but then I renamed it like a quadrillion times after. But I think at first it was the name of the raccoon from one of the movies. I can't remember which one though. It might have been from like The Fox and the Hound, perhaps. I can't remember. But Coda is the name that I go for a lot. Cats Don't Dance is one of my favorites. It was underrated. I think I only really watched like the popular ones. The Black Cauldron's the one that I think of when I think of like underrated. I was like one of my favorite. I was scared of that as a kid, but it became one of my favorites. Lilo and Stitch is a good one. Really good one. One day I just need to do a tier list. It's hard to remember all of them. I would have to like look. If I had like a full list to do, I can easily name like all my favorites. Or at least like put them in order. Otherwise, right now I'm gonna say something and then like 2 months from now I'm gonna remember a different one. It's like, oh yeah, I like this one better. Base tier list. I think people would disagree with mine pretty hard. It kind of depends. Kronk? Oh, Emperor's New Groove. That's also one of my favorites. I don't have to go to work tomorrow evening? Dude, huge! So you're gonna golf? The movies are so close to people's hearts. Yeah. And it's like, if you included, like, Shrek, you would probably be disappointed where I would put that if I compared it to other films. Barring, like, Shrek 2. Be able to golf after 3? Let's go! Emperor's New Groove is really good. Highly recommend it. Oh, we're broke. Alright, so all this. We're gonna make our money back. My god, that's a lot of wine. Soda. Shrek would have been ruined for me. Oh my god. We're about to make so much cash money bling. Yeah, big fan of Shrek too. Absolutely. Far, far away. That's a lot of tomatoes. Kung Fu Panda 2. I liked Kung Fu Panda, but I feel like... I mean, I don't know. I don't remember 2. They were really good. I'm not saying they weren't. Yeah, I just don't remember it. But honestly, I haven't watched Kung Fu Panda in like a decade. It's just hard for me to remember. To be fair, some of these films, like we watched Atlantis like 2 years ago or last year or something, I already mostly forgot the majority of the film, barring like the obvious major parts. Greetings. No, I didn't make the tofu yet, because I don't remember how. Rewatch the Pirates of the Caribbean movies? Yeah, only the first 3. I agree. But... those are really good. I think it was the second one that was the best for that. Something about, like, the second... It's not supposed to be, like, the typical... thing for films and games. Typically the first game is the best. But I think the second Pirates of the Caribbean is like the best. I think it's the... I always forget which one is which. First one's Curse of the Black Pearl. So it's the skeleton dudes, the undead. Second one is Jar of Dirt, I'm pretty sure. So if second one is Jar of Dirt, that's just gotta be the best. Jar of Dirt? Okay, yeah. It's the best. Hands down. Yeah, one is skeleton dudes. Third is the British people. Wait, is the third the one where... The British Navy dude, what's his face? He's on the boat and he's slowly walking down while it's getting blasted. Yes? Okay. That one's also really good. That is the third. That's a really good one. Everything after that, just, I don't know. Why bother? Especially Jack Sparrow. Sparrow. Most British man to exist? No, literally. The story was finished for me there. With Jack Sparrow. Or the It's Only Business. I think I only watched the fourth one with you. Yeah. That was the first time I watched it as well. Where it was in, like, Spain. With Will, yeah. Whoa, braised bonk choy. Bonk choy. Dead Men Tell No Tales. Fountain of the Youth is fourth. Yeah, that one was okay. But I felt like that was the end of, like, the real Jack Sparrow. I think we had this conversation recently, too. Someone swayed my opinion on it a little bit as well. Wow, I can fry bullfrog. That sounds brutal. Didn't watch the fifth one. Didn't watch the Trident of Poseidon. Didn't watch it. I don't even know who the antagonist is in that. I like them all. I thought, like, the one with Jack Sparrow, it wasn't terrible, but it was like, meh. I just felt like they could have written Blackbeard a bit better. This is the tale of Captain Jack Sparrow. Pirate so brave. Raisin bread. Mmm. Lonely Island. Corn cake. Corn. Flour and matcha? What am I making? A matcha cake? Matcha dumpling. That sounds delicious. Holy moly. Matcha. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That looks so good. My mouth watered. Banana and oil. Oh. The story itself is meh. Fried chicken. Yummers. Chicken soup. Oh my goodness. I see. Okay. Yeah, I didn't watch 5. I honestly feel like I was barely conscious for 4. I just felt like that one was too boring. Oh, the storm is back. A storm's a brewing. It's been very stormy lately, man. Me personally, I would conclude the series for myself after the 3rd movie. But the thing is, Johnny Depp is a great actor. Is the game like Stardew? Not this game, just the DLC, Snowblade. So if Mrs. Snowblade wants to get these, if Fries with Salt wants this video game, what? For me, not her. Whoa, whoa, whoa. She said she wanted it first and asked me about it. And I said, well, the main game is not the same as the DLC. They're drastically different games. So if you want it for the DLC, it's gonna be very different. Hot dog. Hot dogu. She's making friends. Yeah, she's prepping for, like, classes to start. So how's the background noise for her classroom prep? Whoa, veggie rice and braised bok choy. Yeah, I stop at 3. I mean, the thing is, I'm not like a major movie critic, to be honest. It's for me, it's as simple as long as it is still somewhat the same premise, but like, you know, improved, I don't mind. For example, very controversial take here. Star Wars, I really didn't mind the new trilogy because it still had what Star Wars should have, which is the Force and all that. I wouldn't rate them like highly. I still thought they were not good for... Oh my god, sake. I wouldn't compare them to the likes of, you know, the rest of the series. I can easily tell you that Rogue One is probably one of the greatest Star Wars films. I can tell you that Andor is probably the greatest Star Wars media. Time for a computer next, oh god. And I can say the same about Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings trilogy is one of the greatest films created of all time. Ever. The Hobbit, to each their own. I didn't like it as much. Game of Thrones could have been one of the greatest shows of all time. And if it's true that they're remaking like the final 2 seasons, it could be the best show of all time. Star Trek, I didn't watch enough Star Trek to have like a proper opinion, but from what I watched, it was good. I liked it. I was too Star Wars pilled to give it the appropriate chance that it deserved. I think I should watch it in full one day. Back then, I just felt like people liked Star Trek because they didn't want to be part of the main... It was like hipster takes, you know? Like, oh, I don't want to be mainstream, so I don't want to like... I don't want to like Star Wars. I'm going to like Star Trek instead. But apparently, Star Trek is actually really good. Just never gave it the proper go that it deserved. I think I'll watch it one day. Next gen. I should. I have a feeling I'd like it more than Star Wars. Now, at this point in time. Snowblade's really scared that Mrs. Snowblade is befriending the law to the masses. Soon we'll know the truth about Snowblade 103. Didn't watch till I was like 22. Well, there you go. The thing for me is I prefer fantasy over sci-fi, but then I prefer aliens over fantasy. So it really depends. For example, Doctor Who was incredible. Supernatural, incredible. I don't even know if anything really compares in my mind to Super Hulock. I'm fantasy over sci-fi, yeah. But I think Final Fantasy is the greatest thing to exist because it's both. It's like a good mix of both. Sometimes it might be a bit much, but typically it's a good mix of both. Now, if they really do release a pet class Fizz ranged, that works at least somewhat similarly to Hunter from World of Warcraft, I am selling my soul to that job. I will never play Black Mage again. And Black Mage, in my opinion, currently is unmatched, but if it's a good Fizz range pet class, or like dual crossbows, similar to like Demon Hunter from Diablo, GG's. Truly GG's. Or not Demon Hunter. Yeah, Demon Hunter. Dual crossbows, yeah. I like both too, though. I like when there's a good mix of it. I think an odd opinion on this is the OG, like, Avatar movie, like the, you know, the blue aliens. I thought it was a good mix of, like, fantasy and sci-fi. I didn't watch any of the other ones, so I don't know, but I thought they were actually pretty decent for their time. But I also think at some point it's time to stop and work on something new. Heavensward relics for some glams. Yeah. I hate that relic grind. That's one of my least favorite ones, but they look the best. Funny enough, last I played, I was working on 3 relics at the same time because I was doing the newest relics, I was doing Heavensward, and I was doing A Realm Reborn. I don't know why I decided to do that, but I did. But I only ever work on, like, my main job when it comes to relics. I don't branch out to other ones. Other people are actually insane and try to get every single relic for every single job. And I'm like, no, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. I mean, I did a couple times, but typically, no. I'm not down for that. It's too much. 1 per relic for me. I've done, like, multiple relics, but some of them were just easier, you know? Especially the one, the Endwalker one. It was just tomes. But that one was too sci-fi. I'm so excited to see what the next Fizz range is. I hope I'm not too disappointed, because I was excited for the tank. It's not really my cup of tea, in all honesty. I don't know, the tank didn't really appeal to me. But if it's some sort of, if this Fizz range is some sort of, like, Falconer, or whatever, I'm hype. I love the tank. Like, they're cool, but it's just not what I would. I just think Gunbreaker is unmatched. Or, like, Paladin. Warrior in general. Honestly, the current tanks are really good. It's hard for me to, like, compare the newer one to them at this current time. But it's like, Warrior, if you don't want to depend on literally anybody else in your party to, like, clear dungeons, just play Warrior. Gunbreaker is great for solo content, especially if you're doing, like, the, not Palace of the Dead, but yeah, Palace of the Dead is also a good one. The newer one, the Eureka Orbos. If you know how to play Gunbreaker, it's so well worth doing it. I leveled a warrior to do Eureka. Yeah. Yeah. Like, it's just really good. Gunbreaker Relic for Baja. I avoided tanks at the time when I did Baja. I might go back to Baja at some point if it's not too dead. It might be too late now, though, because of all the new one. Baja is very dead, which is really weird, because Eureka itself, like normal Eureka, not Orbos, is quite lively. And the new relic area is lively, but I guess it's because it's a new relic area. I got it done in like a week. That's a lot of apples. What have I done? Ah, right, true. The server diff. That blows. I'll do it. I gotta resub. I was just like, if I could spare myself the 17 bucks for a month, or whatever it is. I thought about doing some of the new content. There's new Hildebrand stuff. I was like, maybe I should just stream it, but I don't know. Right now I'm not doing it. I might consider resubbing in like a week or so. The new housing stuff that they supposedly interviewed about, I'm like, I will never unsub. But I would have to get a house first, because I lost mine. I need to look at the new housing stuff. Well, we don't know much, but Yoko Taro, there was an interview during the FanFest stuff. Did I like it? Surely, right? Surely I liked it. He said there's gonna be 2 major updates, from what I remember. The first one that he mentioned is a major UI thing, like a super major UI upgrade. But he said that's gonna show up later. The first upgrade that should be out in like 8 point something later on. He said it's gonna be a massive overhaul, but that's all that he mentioned. That, and he said that working with Blizzard on the World of Warcraft housing is what inspired this upcoming change to the housing. And I'm gonna be honest, I like the new housing in WoW, so I don't even know what to expect. But it sounds pretty good. Suppose we'll have to wait and see. The world may never know. But yeah, there's no other information about it just yet. Honey barbecue pork. We need flour, so for now we're just gonna cook this. Sunny be eating Pandemonium. I actually really enjoyed Pandemonium to the point where I'm like, this is how it should be for all of them, but Pandemonium I ran so many times in like normal and in Savage that I just memorized it to perfection. Okay, so they're happy now, which means I cooked the food incorrectly last time. I don't know what I did. Eden was good, but it didn't hit as hard as Pandemonium. Besides, I would prefer Eden if people were down to just do the Blue Mage stuff. Okay, so... Huge. And it takes up so much less energy. That's great. Although, Shadowbringers is still my favorite expansion in Final Fantasy. Endwalker's also really, really good. It's just... the vibes of Shadowbringers is kind of hard to beat, man. Though in the same argument, I guess I could say that Heavensward, in all honesty, is probably the best in vibes. And if they really commit to Evercold being like super Nordic, it might be my favorite. We'll have to wait and see. Because at the same time, it's like frozen. Everything underneath it, I don't know. I don't know, man. The Dawn Trail raid series is really good. I like the idea behind it. Yeah, Arcadian's really fun. Barring like 2 fights, I memorized the entirety of Arcadian's stuff. It's a little easier when you know your rotations, though. Because then you just focus on the mechanics. I only say that because not a lot of people seem to do it. Like, they don't... They run it, but they don't remember it. And honestly, if I can confidently, like, learn a raid, I could easily tank it. I won't do any tanking until I know that I can run the raids properly on, like, a DPS. And I don't heal. I just can't. My brain's not made for it. Even though it's just spam heal, really, at the end of the day. You just keep them alive. And you're good. I've been wanting to get into tanking some more lately, but at this point, it solely depends on what this DPS will be. This Fizz ranged. Because anything close to Demon Hunter from Diablo or Hunter from WoW, I don't know if I'll touch another class. But I just don't know. I don't really know what to expect. I mean, when I don't press interrupt button on the enemy that's doing 30-second long interrupted casts, that just makes me think of... Oh man. Hello, my friend. How are you doing? I think of the near raids because the tanks... The only reason I started tanking the near raids is because people are... They're just so bad. It's unbelievable. When they don't even know how to do the Hansel and Gretel fight. Just split them, man. I understand. I understand. Well, sort of. I might resub here soon. Play some Final Fantasy. I didn't realize we were getting stuff this until I thought we were waiting until September for the next, like, patch cycle. Come to OC. Yeah, if I really want to hate myself and have terrible ping, I already have pretty miserable ping. Since Brynhilder, well, Crystal, all of the servers that are NA are West Coast. Ah, okay, Beastmaster's not out. That's okay, though. It's okay. I can wait. But we got, like, Hildebrand, we got, I think, new PvP stuff. So, at least there's something to do. I'm just mentally thinking about paying the 18 bucks at the moment. Hildebrand, Occult Crescent, and Final Relic stage. Ah, okay, okay. I haven't progressed my Relic in a little bit. I got to the one after the... No. Yes? The one after the clay, I think it was. Not the clay. The dust? I don't know. The next stage was just spamming leveling. And I was too lazy. Yeah, that's the one. The crystal paste, yeah. I was like, it's crystal something, but what was it? Which, that one's not even that bad. I just didn't feel like queuing leveling so much. I was at the one where I needed 20. 20 runs of leveling. And I saw that, my favorite event's coming back. Even though I wouldn't even have to do anything with it anymore, because I've gotten everything. Unless they're adding, like, new weapons? Maybe. I already have the mounts. Dude, please. Bite. Please. I'm formulating a plot. Because when Endwalker released, I try to play the newest job that the expansion releases. So, you know, I played Reaper and Endwalker. But then in Dawn Trail, I didn't do... Oh, no, I played Picto. So I did. I wouldn't play the tank, so I wonder if the Fizz range will be good. I hope so. I mean, I'll play the tank anyway, but... just not within my preference of job vibes. Alright, I guess more honey barbecue pork for us today, because I still didn't make a hot dog. Alright, I do think we're gonna wind down here, but really quick. Before we do all that, let's look at our Community Wednesday. Thing. I forgot to ping people, but it's okay, we got 14 votes, so something tells me we're good. And tomorrow, for Community Wednesday, we are playing... Super Battle Golf. which I saw that coming. It won by, it has 6 votes. So we'll be playing Super Battle Golf tomorrow, and we will not be able to vote for it for at least a full week following this. Just keep that in mind. That will be tomorrow. That will be tomorrow. And I'll set up a poll for the following week. Probably at like the beginning of the stream. But that is pretty cool. Pretty cool indeed. Thursday, I'm going to try Phasm 1 VR and probably Projectile Vomit. And then Friday, we will try to do the GTA heist. I think we have enough people, so we'll try to do it. Let me get... Let's get our ending song. Let's call it for today. TYVM for hanging out today, guys. I appreciate it. Be back tomorrow, so be sure to follow my socials. Join the Discord if you haven't done so already. I would greatly, greatly appreciate that. I hope everyone has a good rest of their days. Did you see the DM I sent you about the scammer? No, I did not. I have a massive backlog of DMs, so that's on me. Today I have like a lot of unread DMs. Oops. I will, hopefully I don't forget, but I will check in just a moment. That being said, I'm going to send you guys over to Rune. Rune is playing Deltarune, which is peak. So go check that out. Go say what's up. Go hang out if you'd like. Seems like the mods did take notice. Most likely. There's like a... There's a thing that moderators can see that like marks people who are suspicious. So typically we either quarantine them or just kick them or ban them. If it's an account that got I don't know, hacked, we just kick them or quarantine them because they might be able to get it back. But it does depend. It does depend. Anyways, thanks for hanging out, guys. Appreciate it. Have a good rest of your days. Say what's good to Rune. Give him a little Glorp YU raid message, and I'll see you tomorrow. GG's. Tomorrow is golf. Look forward to that. I'm out. Peace.